Good evening. Alright, so this is going to be the very first time I've streamed this game. Not only just in a while, but I've got an upscaler now attached to the setup. I did listen to it through my headset to see if that buzzing sound from the old AV cables are still there. The AV cables are now connected to the upscaler, which then ports it over to HDMI. That buzzing noise from old school technology is greatly, greatly diminished. But I guess nothing is ever perfect. Yeah, like, very, very early on in, like, when I started this whole entire hobby of streaming out, like, I very, very heavily emphasized, like, the Silent Hill series, for sure. Like, almost every single stream was Silent Hill. Now, I'm not going to be using cam tonight, mostly because, like, I don't know, I just don't feel like using cam tonight. But then again, this is a horror game, so usually, like, narration and stuff, not being able to see anything comforting at all can work. This is going to be Silent Hill 1. And I'm gonna be doing the best ending. So we're gonna be doing everything. But, Florin, welcome to the channel. So many times I've lost count. And you gotta keep in mind that there's 8 games in the series, and like 2.5 years ago when I started, I rotated all 8 of those games. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to... Perhaps maybe, like, Streamlabs has kept, like, a record of how many times I've played these games. I'd have to go looking through that later on to find out if there's, like, an actual answer. Let's just cut this music out. Makes things just a little bit more, I don't know, pleasant. And Silent Hill's not really one of those games that emphasizes pleasantry. So, from what you can tell now, before we do begin, Puke, from what you've heard of the game so far, and my mic, like, how in balance are we? Or should I lower... I'm guaranteeing my microphone is probably, like, right where it needs to be. Perfect. It's just the answer I needed to hear. And out of the series, this is one of the more short games in the series. Like, usually, typically, even keeping up with story flow, breaking down a little bit of the lore, this game still takes, like, around, like, 4 or maybe 4.5 hours. It's not one of the long games in the series. Yeah, fuck it, we'll take it easy tonight. I haven't played this game in forever. Yeah, I can't believe Konami actually, like, I don't think that Shattered Memories is a bad game, necessarily. But I can't believe they sold it off as, like, a retelling. The price is definitely going up. Like, when I bought these a few years ago, and I had these games in my possession before I started streaming by, like, 2-3 years, perhaps. Might even be a little bit more. But I think last I checked that they're starting to raise in price. Oh, there is one thing I want to quickly just do, because we are going to take a little bit easy tonight. Alright, bullet adjust is up. Yes, I'm going to be a pussy. It's a scary game. I would say you're probably going to be paying somewhere between $30 and $60. That's going to be my honest guess.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Well, Konami hasn't even acknowledged any of these games, like on their, like, 20th anniversary, 18th anniversary. There's a few of these anniversaries that have made some substantial,
Hey, wait! Stop.
like, time in the video game, like, library as a whole. Not just, like, one system, like, just the existence of video games. I think Silent Hill 2 just passed its 18th year. And they did absolutely nothing to acknowledge the fact that that game existed. You know, with all these remakes coming out these last couple of years... Now, not just in the world of horror, but you take a game like Pokemon Red and Blue, that started out like in 97 or 98. I don't remember the exact year, but Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Because I was playing that yesterday. Like, that was a great, great remake, and I've only played like 30% of the game. You take a game like Zelda Link's Awakening. Nintendo just put that out like a couple of weeks ago. And that is a nutty nuts freaking remake. It came out on September 20th, and I've probably already played it like 10 times through. Earlier this year, you had Resident Evil 2. Capcom gave that a complete overhaul. And I think it's already been considered fact that they're gonna redo the same exact thing for Resident Evil 3.
What is this? What's going on here?
But Capcom really does not give, like, one fuck in the world about their series. They won't even sell the licensing rights off to another, like, you know, company like Capcom that did wonders for Resident Evil just a few months ago.
Was I dreaming?
How do you feel?
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck. But I'm all right, I guess.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist. I came here for a vacation. I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry. The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Where is everybody?
It's an abandoned town, Harry. They're gone.
But from what I can tell, something bizarre's going on. That's all I know. What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
His name is effin' Harry.
Sybil Bennett.
He's an effin' idiot.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over. The phones are all dead, and the radio too. I'm going back to call in some reinforcements. Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
My daughter. I've got to find her.
No way. It's dangerous out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Yeah, we could, because we're not going to find her.
Have you got a gun?
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it. Now listen.
We just met. You're giving me your handgun now?
Before you pull the trigger, know who you're shooting.
Give me some deranged
Don't
serial
do it
killer, for
unless
Christ's
you have
sake.
to. And don't go blasting me by mistake. Got it?
I mean, if I were running from the, like, you know, the
Thanks.
law or, you know, whoever's chasing me, most likely the
Do
law.
best to stay nearby.
This would be the town I would hide
Back
in.
with help as quick as I can.
I didn't even really care for the first one. Granted, I had seen the movies before I had ever played a game. They were bad. Like, in my opinion, I know some people give a little bit of credit to the first one for quote-unquote trying. I didn't like it. I mean, it's all based on opinion. What a lot of people say that the first one was actually, like, a good horror movie. It just wasn't a good Silent Hill, like, adaptation horror movie.
Huh. Radio.
I personally just did not like it. Like, the Resident Evil movies, and I'm talking all 6 of them, because those get some bad shit too. Those were far better to me than any, well, either one of the 2 Silent Hill movies.
What's happening to this place?
Like, I found enjoyment in the Resident Evil films. Why would we take a broken radio with us? I mean, it's only gonna freaking tell us when there's, like, you know, ghosts and shit around. Or whatever paranormal's, like, haunting, you know, the streets of this town. Where could Cheryl have gone? I guess I'll check that alley again. Like, My favorite out of those movies, by far, is the third one. Resident Evil Extinction. Closely followed up by the second one. But, like, if you ask most people, they're gonna answer with the first film. I genuinely thought the third one was a good film to me. But there's a lot of people that would disagree with me. Yeah, definitely the introduction of Chris Redfield, which I felt was very, very delayed. Like, they definitely got Jill Valentine introduced to the series a lot earlier. Like, I don't know why they held off so long. And that's one of the movie's downfalls for Resident Evil. Like, they really underutilized Chris Redfield's character. I do think the actor that played him was a very good actor, though.
Isn't this Cheryl's sketchbook? She's at the school.
The portrayal of Barry Burton, Leon Kennedy, which all came in the fifth installment, was terrible. Like, Barry Burton still goes down in the history books as my favorite Resident Evil character, even though, like, even in the video games, he wasn't really, like, a really big character at all. And since I only played the numbered ones, he was only in the first game. The first picture that Cheryl drew in her sketchbook that I gave her on her 5th birthday. Let's take a look at our map now. So we just investigated. We have a note that says, go to the school.
Party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
Thank you very much for the host, Regulus. And I'm paying attention to the host notification, and I'm not watching these fucking dogs coming in, like, trying to, like, chew my head off. That was close. Speaking of things taking my head off. Look at the notes. They might be important. Doghouse on Levin Street. Oh, thank God we actually got that. Someone was prepared to drink coffee or tea. You didn't even open the fridge, Harry. How do you know the fridge is empty? Something is written on the map, hanging on the wall. We copy the info to our map. Oh, was it on the counter? I mean, there's so many freaking, like, businesses and shit, like, from reality that make an appearance throughout the Silent Hill series. Particularly this one. Which I completely, totally forgot to go and empty out all the stuff in the, Silent Hill version of 7-Eleven. Which we will have actually a chance to go do right now. We'll quickly go take a visit to Silent Hill's 7-Eleven. There's, you know, quite a bit of stuff in this game that you really have to pay attention to, which is made a little bit more difficult by the abundance of enemies. Like, I remember quite some time ago, Nikki, one of my other moderators to the channel, which most of the regulars know, she remembered one that was on one of the streets, which I think is right across the street from the Balkan Church. And on one of the garage doors across the street from it, is a nice shout-out to the movie The Shining. One of the garage doors has the word Red Rum written on it. Yeah, actually, I think I made that joke last night on the Until Dawn playthrough me and Lydia have been working on together. She just wasn't up to it tonight, so I'm doing this instead of finishing off the last, like, 3 chapters. I knew there was one more in here. Stocking up in Silent Hill is definitely a good thing. Who decided to park their car there? Right. Don't be a douche nozzle. The good thing Sybil Bennett's not near right now because she would probably, like, breathalyze us just for public intoxication. I gotta make sure I'm going the right way. Good, we're perfectly going the right way. But yeah, walking drunk definitely helped get rid of those goddamn flying enemies. Hey, don't mess with a drunk dude. Not because they're dangerous, which they are dangerous, but just not the best time to try and fight us and have a fair fight. I think there's an alley I gotta go through. Yeah, you know what? It would probably be better if I went through the alley first. Yeah, there's just so much shit. There's a lot of businesses they pulled into this. Like Virgin Mobile, that makes an appearance. FedEx makes an appearance later on in the game. There's just so much shit that they pulled into this from, like, real-life inspiration. I think there's a Burger King reference, which I think the business is in this is called Queen Burger. Let's not get freaking ransacked, Harry. I'm gonna go and, like, make sure I get my mail in the future by, like, reaching my hand through a solid, like, piece of plastic. Like, we clearly just got that key out of that mailbox from the back end. Oh, some mailboxes are made of metal. What's HUD an abbreviation for? I feel it's like an abbreviation for something that's, like, completely slipping my mind. And when you say it, I'll probably be like, oh, duh. I'm drunk, please go away. I don't have time for your freaking clusterfuckery. Heads-up display. See, Silent Evil knows the answer. It's getting dark again. What's going on? You know, since he says that like a billion times in this gameplay, might as well just like try to impersonate it like every single time he does it. I'm walking into walls. We already came to the conclusion, though, that I'm drunk. Harry, I mean, not me. I don't consume alcohol in my life. But Mr. Harry Mason? I'm fairly certain he's drunk. Walking into cars, walking into walls, almost walking into trees. I mean, he had a car accident right when he got into town. Which he probably wouldn't have had he not been drinking. I don't know what I just did. I think I just went like and made a big loop. Nope, we're still right on track. I trust my judgment. I just don't trust Mr. Mason, who drinks all his liquor out of a mason jar. Which I couldn't complete that joke correctly. Because his drunkenness is kind of affecting me. Yeah, that would probably be something that would be good for safety. Let's not crash the plane. Oh, thank God there's no enemies yet. This by far is like the most like difficult building in the entire playthrough. Let's read notes. It's written in blood. 12 o'clock, a place with songs and sound. A silver guidepost is untapped and lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. So we're going to find out what the time has to do with this puzzle in a few seconds after we read these other two memos. But everything else pretty much has to do with a puzzle in a certain room. Actually, let me quickly see, like... Alright, so a place with songs and sound is referencing the room. And the other part's, like, really shittily, like, describing, like, the puzzle that's in that room. So for a school building, a place with songs and sound, especially considering this is an elementary school, would be the music room. "5 o'clock, darkness that brings the choking heat." So that's going to be referencing the boiler room, as most basements are dingy and, like, dark. I'm sure if you tried stuffing your face into a furnace, you probably wouldn't really be able to breathe. "Flames render the silence, awakening the hungry beast, open time's door to beckon prey." "10 o'clock, alchemy laboratory." So they're kind of just giving us that answer right out of the gate. But alchemy is referring to the chemistry lab, which I'm really shocked that a elementary school has a chemistry lab. I never learned anything with chemistry when I was a kid in elementary school. But apparently in Silent Hill, that's okay. "Gold in an old man's palm, the future hidden in his fist. Exchange for sage's water." So 10 o'clock for the chemistry lab. 12 o'clock for the music room.
The party's
5
starting
o'clock.
now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
And 5 o'clock for the boiler room. And once again, to Puke, Regulus, and Silent Evil, thank you very much for the hosts. Almost positive there's a second one out here. I could swear there was another one of you bastards. I mean, it's quite possible I'm wrong, and I'm walking into a beach. That's not a beach. That is a bench. Although I'd much rather be at the beach right now. The tower door is locked. The hands are stopped at 10. So 10 o'clock told us to go to the chemistry lab. which is on the second floor. I mean, this game's got some weird RNG. The sewer that you get off into, like right before the amusement park later in the game. Now, speaking of this monster... Okay, well, he already blew us. I don't know if that's appropriate for a school, but... But yeah, originally the monsters that were placed in this school for the PAL, and I believe the Japanese version as well, definitely the PAL. These gray enemies were replaced with a monster known as the Mumbler. Kind of like an orange monster, with like really big nails. They do make an appearance in this version of the game sometimes. And that sometimes occurs in the sewer in between the Silent Hill Resort area and the amusement park. There is a chemical. Will we take it? That's not the right button. The label reads concentrated hydrochloric acid. Found in the lab equipment room. Correct, you're actually right, yeah. You're guaranteed that one, though, since that one's set within a cutscene. Which is probably why I didn't really reference it, because... you don't have to fight it, you don't have to run from it. Where's my ammunition, damn it? I don't know what principal or teachers ran this school. Like, there was no ammunition hanging around my school when I was a kid. Statue of an old man's hand. The fist shut tight as if never to let go. Yeah, the only game I have to freaking solve, like, for running on, like, Twitch would be Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. That was just me kind of getting a little bit too close to the microphone. Very upsetting I can't run that game. Let me think now. I'm just gonna double check and see if this door is unlockable, because you know what? I'm gonna kick myself in the ass later. Okay, that is definitely not the way I want to go. We did find out that it's unlocked. I think when I leave the music room, I gotta go in the opposite door. I haven't run this in so long, I forgot what doors are locked in this building. Yeah, there are some arcade games that I used to play, like, the same emulation that you're talking of. The Simpsons arcade game, the Turtle in Times game that they had, and the X-Man. Like, those three were, like, some of the, like, most top-notch arcade games, like, from, like, when I used to be a kid. Even the original Ninja Turtle game for the arcades. I think I'd go the same way. We'll definitely find out if I'm wrong or right. I forgot to check the clock, but right now the clock moved its hands over to 12 o'clock. Right after we placed that medallion in place. Before we go into the music room, though, let's quickly just take a quick little visit to the locker room. Hello? Who's in there? Oh, it's just my cat. Which has now just been brutally murdered. So now I must go get revenge. We're no longer scared, we're now freaking revenge-stricken. You must die, sir. It's written in blood. A tale of birds without a voice. So before we actually go into the rest of this, the first clue, like in the first sentence of this little, like, poem here, has to do with the piano, and all the notes on this piano that do not make an audible piano sound. So, we're just going to quickly go over all the keys and find out how many of these keys don't sound like a piano. Alright, so there was 5 keys on this that did not make an audible piano sound. So it's this black key right here, this white key, these 2 white keys over here, and then that black key right here. So our mission with the rest of that poem Now that we have the 3 keys that don't make any sound at all, which is the reference of the birds without a voice, is what order these keys have to be pushed in. First flew the greedy pelican. Eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So this one's telling us it's a white key. Hence the white wings flailing. As far as the placement of those 3 keys that are inaudible, I like to think of it as like reading a book in America. You read from left to right. So first flew the greedy pelican. Whatever key was at the extreme end of the the left side of the piano that didn't make a sound, that's going to be our first key. Then came a silent dove, which again is another white bird, flying beyond the pelican as far as he could. So out of the 2 white keys left, if he's flying as far past the pelican as he could, the white key all the way to the right side of the piano is going to be the dove. A raven flies in, flying higher than the dove, just to show that he can. So raven's a blackbird, and since he's right by the dove, the black key that's on the right side of the piano is going to be for the raven. A swan glides in to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. The only thing we need to know on this is that a swan is a white bird. And there's only 1 white key left to use, so there's no more clues that we need. Finally, out comes a crow, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. Likewise, last black key we have, so that'll be for the crow. Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward? And pushed in that order, we'll release this medallion that was kind of just like hanging up by the ceiling area. There is a silver medallion, and yes, we are definitely going to take it. We did all that work just to earn it. All that mental work. Yeah, when I first played this game, like, just based on, like, the artistry that went... like, you know, into all this, and I just took another freaking blowjob. There's something else in this hall. It's one of those squeaker toys. Oh, no blowjobs. Hey. Stay down. They also like eating ass. I don't know why, but they also like to do that as well. Wow, there's a lot of these little pricks out here today. I'm really surprised that America actually allowed this, like, to happen in this game. Like, considering that this is, like, I think, right around the time that Columbine happened. I mean, there's video games that have been censored, like, post, like, something after the fact. Like, I don't know how many of you guys are, like, familiar with a game called Maniac Mansion. Which is, like, back in the old, like, Apple computer days. Also did get a release on Nintendo. In that game, there's a scene where they, one of the characters you play as finds one of the, kind of creepy homeowners that has a gerbil. And for whatever reason, your character can choose to put that gerbil into a microwave and, you know, throw that bitch on cook. And it'll explode, and then afterwards you can look in the microwave and see all the gerbil guts all over the place. Later on, they released another version of that game where that little spot was pulled off. Or pulled out of the game. I never played the Nintendo release, but I did play the original Macintosh or Apple computer, whatever fuck it was. I never owned it, but the library that was down the street from me, they had it on their computer system, so I would just go there like every freaking day, since like a lot of the games they had were better than the games I had at home. Oh, I've beaten that game so many times. The thing that sucks about it is there's no really, like, one way to do it. Depending what 3 characters you take into the mansion with you, they have different skill sets that you can use to solve different puzzles or lack thereof. Like, I think there's, like, a few of the characters that are musically inclined. As, once again, horror game, there's a piano puzzle. But if you don't have one of the characters that's musically inclined, you can't do that puzzle at all. Now, the one thing I noticed about the Maniac Mansion game, if you had the PC version, like, like right after you enter the house, there's a like kind of like a gothic mansion type staircase. At the top of that staircase, there's like a big like fucking weird futuristic like steel door with like a, you know, password code. In Nintendo, that door doesn't even have a code at all. You just walk right through it and no big deal. Like, hey, let me just have this huge fucking steel door. But we're not going to ever lock it. In the PC version, really, I kind of guess it wouldn't really have made a difference anyway, because, like, there's a little, like one of those little red decoder things. Can't exactly remember, like, there was, like, tons and tons of possibilities. Somewhere, I think, in the game, there, whether it was the door itself or somewhere else, you would get, like, you know, a code that you would look in your decoder and then punch in the code that it gave you to the door. I have Maniac Mansion for the Nintendo, though. Like, I did buy it. When I found out that it was available on a console, I did buy it. I do own it. Alright, rubber ball time. I guess we're gonna go up to the roof. So one of these days, you know, I could definitely stream that game. Going to assume we have to go through the hall. Why is my controller being an asswipe? I don't know if it's the cord or if it's my controller. Now, considering that my controller, this one that I'm using now, was like dead earlier, I'm gonna have to let it charge. But it keeps on powering itself down for some reason. Let's see, we're on the first floor. I guess I have to go through the classroom. Oh, it's nice and quiet. That means there's no bad things that are going to ever happen to me in this room. God damn my controller. I just took an unnecessary blowjob because of that. Why is my controller being an... Dude, I'm hating my controller right now. I gotta take, like, fucking healing. Big time, I gotta get some healing. That's another unnecessary blowjob because you're shooting a dead body that's already dead. It has ceased to be. It is no more. I don't know if I actually ever need to go through that door, but... I'm trying to shoot you, sir. How dare you walk away from me when I'm trying to kill you from behind? What? Is this a door? If it is, there's no keyhole, or even a knob. If I push it, it moves a bit, but it certainly won't open. What's this? In the center of the door is a horizontal slot. What is it for? A rectangular card with a picture of a key, found on a desk in a classroom. And on one side of it, it's got an image very much like this door, and on the other side, a key, which almost like kind of like, hey, asshole, put this in the door and it'll open the door. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Slid the picture card into the slot. I think the girls' restroom is the one that's the warping room. Which I never actually need to go into because it leads to a dead end. A lot of guns in an elementary school, like ammunition, guns. Whoever managed this school needs to be fired. Leonard Rhine, the monster lurks. The monster lurks? What's that supposed to mean? So there's a book later on that we would normally not be able to read. You actually have to look at that little notation before you actually get the ability to read. Which kind of makes no sense in a school. Because, like, you know, schools should be pro-reading. Can't use the phone. Which all of a sudden starts ringing.
Daddy? Help me. Daddy? Where are you?
Cheryl!
Okay, maybe I can leave this room now. Or maybe just for easy access we can unlock that door. Oh, I see health. And I hear shit on the other side of the gate. I'm not quite ready for this yet. There's a hanging key. Just out of reach. Used the rubber ball. There's a drainage valve. Want to open it? I mean, if the game gave us the option, I would probably think that, yeah, we would want to do exactly what the game suggests. The key went down the drain. So let's see where else. We have one more key to find. I believe that key is in the locker room. Which means we're gonna have to go through the classrooms here. Room is quiet. Way too quiet. Oh, oversized cockroaches. Just exactly what I did not want to see in my life. This is like all the horror I need out of like a horror movie right here. Oversized cockroaches. Nothing inside. There's blood all over the place, Harry. Are you blind? There is a library reserve key. When you find keys, you definitely take them because you never know when you might need them. We have to go back to the courtyard. But I guarantee you the door on the one side is probably locked. Means I'll have to go back the way I came. Oh, good. No more enemies. I don't have to kill anybody. Alright, so the key's in the courtyard. Oh good, no more enemies I need to kill. Alright, so now with that, I believe we go right back into this door right here. I think one of these books over here are the unreadable book unless you read that notation that's on the wall in the bathroom we found the shotgun in. The Monster Lurks, which has got the same exact title as the notation on that bathroom stall, is the book's title. Chapter 3. Manifestation of Delusions. Poltergeists are among these. Negative emotions, like fear, worry or stress, manifest into external energy with physical effects. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomena do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why, adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences. So that memo we just read, word for word, is found in Silent Hill Origins in the theater, and it would be found on the soundstage with the library setting. So when you're doing the stage puzzle, as you make 3 different sets, you know, the Bloody Tree set, the library set, or the cave, there's a series of memos that can be found on the library set. That memo, word for word, being one of them. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrow said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked. Jaws opened wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. And the lizard fell down dead. This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. And I see more ammunition here. You might need that. Give me my bullets. That are conveniently found in a school. Okay, that was very unsettling, because usually they give you some kind of, like, audible sound as to, like, that is going to be the monster present in the room right now. I was actually expecting it to be, like, one of the cockroaches, since they're far more silent than that. Why is my controller being an asshole? Imagine my controller did that when I was fighting the lizard monster. That might not end up so well. I don't know why I just stuttered there. Since this control is unpredictable, I'm definitely going to save. Oh, and actually, I forgot to check this room out before. So it's a perfect time to save. I needed to get that shit anyway from my inventory that we're probably not going to use a majority of it throughout the game. But being overstocked is always a good thing. Give me the healing, damn it. I think it's twice on the right and once on the left. Beautiful. I still remember that puzzle. almost speedrunner strats. Almost. I'm gonna put the brightness just up a little bit, though.
Huh? What was that? Who in the hell was that?
This is a boiler room. What is going on here? Well, we were in a boiler room much earlier, Harry. The same boiler room, just a lot nicer looking. There is a K. Gordon key. Take it. I hear a church bell. Maybe. Who is ringing that bell? Came up the stairs, so I think we would go out this door right here. It's a shame you can't actually look at this school, like, after the fact you've beaten it. It'd be, like, kind of cool to actually go through this school when it's, like, daylight and, like, presumably all the danger's gone. Used the K. Gordon key. And the people of Silent Hill definitely, like, leave their ammunition, like, all over the place. I don't think anyone ever told them, like, keep your shit out of the reach of, like, underage kids. Hey, Mr. Yeti. Yeah, no, a lot of people on my channel have been missing this, because when I started streaming 2.5 years ago, like, I exclusively streamed all 8 major games in the series, minus Book of Memories. Like, I would say for about, like, 1.5 years, like, I almost exclusively ran this series. Don't bother me, sir. I'm drunk. Let's see if we can find that Red Rum reference. Which would be found on this side of the street. I think it's down a little bit from where the church is. Either that or it's like all the way at the opposite end of the street. I've streamed a handful of the Resident Evil games. I've never played a Dino Crisis. And by the way, Regulus, you mentioned Jim Beam earlier, or Jim Beam. We found that. We found that. And here's Red Rum. Yeah, I'd have to like see if I get a copy of it. Like, I'm sure a game like that, unless it's on the PSN store, is probably like fairly expensive.
Were you ringing that bell?
I've been expecting you. It was foretold by
It was foretold by Gyromancy.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd come. You want the girl, right?
The girl? You're talking about Cheryl.
I see everything.
You know something. Tell me.
Stay back. Nothing is to be gained from floundering about at random. You must follow the path. The path of the hermit.
There's so many things in this game, though. Like businesses that get like a cameo appearance.
What are you talking about?
Here, the Flauros, a cage of peace. It can break
Horror movie
through the
tropes.
walls of darkness and counteract the wrath of the underworld. These will help you. Make haste to the hospital.
I definitely prefer
before
Dahlia to Claudia. Like, I cannot stand
Don't go
Claudia. Mostly because, like, the utilization of the word God over and over again. Like, we get it. You're really religious. You love your God. There's a newspaper, nothing special. I just don't think you know how to read. Like, we've stood here for like 2 seconds and you're all of a sudden like determining that there's nothing useful in this paper at all. Well, mostly because, like, most developers go for your typical, like, jump scare type deal. I don't think anyone, like, you know, nowadays really tries. It's just like, what really scary monster can I, like, shove in your face that'll, like, jump out of nowhere? Or the overutilization of false jump scares. I mean, Until Dawn, which I was playing last night. Great game. But they really overutilized the, you know, usage of false jump scares. Oh, I'm still on the green. He must just be out of breath. You know, his never-ending stamina bar. One of the few horror games, though, like of like the more recent years that I'll still have to give it to because it is super heavy in atmosphere, is Amnesia. That game still gives me the creeps. 'Cause I don't think Amnesia, to my memory bank, has like a single jump scare in the entire game. And the scary part about Amnesia is not even the freaking gatherers. Alright, sir, no means no. I felt like surprising everybody. I said I would do a Silent Hill playthrough, like, somewhere on this vacation. Like, Lydia just wasn't really, like, feeling up to completing Until Dawn this evening. There's a memo on the desk. Coroner Seals called. Officer Gucci is unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally. But medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of heart disease. There's something written on it. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is White Claudia. Plant peculiar to the region. Manufactured here? Dealer equals manufacturer. I just didn't feel like setting up the green screen tonight. Just one of those nights where I was like in an extremely lazy mood. Plus, when you don't have, like, a person that, like, gives you, like, any, like, comforting situation to a game like this, like, it's just a voice. I'm about to get fucked in the ass again. It's not gonna be pretty. Like, a game like this, like, I just think my presence on the screen takes away from the horror. Now, in the event that Lydia doesn't feel up to completing Until Dawn tomorrow night, And I might move along with Silent Hill 2. Just trying to make the most of, like, this vacation and streaming, like, pretty much every single day.
Hold it! Stop! Don't shoot! Wait! I'm not here to fight. My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
Thank God. Another human being.
Do you work here?
I was almost a dead human being, sir.
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So maybe you can tell me.
Not
what's going
really.
on.
I wasn't really much of a reader, like, in my
Can't
life.
say. I was taking a nap in the staff room.
Back when I was in middle
Like
school,
this.
my school had a summer reading program, and we had to do 2 reports, even on summer vacation,
This time
that we had to hand in at the beginning of the following year.
Something's gone seriously wrong.
And they would hand out a huge list,
Did you
and you'd
see
have to
those
pick
monsters?
2 books off that list,
Have you
read the
ever seen
entire
such
book, and then do a
aberrations?
report.
Ever even heard of such things? You and
I don't know if that
both
had
know
anything to do with me
creatures
not
like
wanting
that
to read, like, in
exist.
my later years.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing you could get me to read back then
Have you
was,
seen
like,
a little
video
girl
game
anywhere?
magazines.
I'm looking for my daughter. She's only 7. Short, black hair.
She's missing. I'm sorry. But with all those monsters around, I highly doubt that she's... Sorry, I didn't mean to alarm you. Your wife, she's here with you?
She died 4 years ago. Now it's just me and my daughter.
I see. I'm sorry. Well, I'd better be going. I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
So long. Good luck out there.
Alrighty then. Very interesting man that guy was. There's a whiteboard, nothing special written here. There's plenty of shit written on that whiteboard, Harry. Nothing helpful. I definitely try to keep it interesting. There is a newspaper. This article's been clipped out. There's a whiteboard, nothing special written here. So touching base on what happened with Officer Gucci, I'm assuming like every other police department in this world, you're gonna have a dirty cop or two, or like in, you know, the mix of things. Officer Gucci was probably one of those few good cops on the entire force, trying to solve the crime of who's dealing drugs throughout the town. And more than likely, his heart attack was triggered by an overdose of those drugs. Alright, so this vial right here, I almost said bile. The remaining liquid is emptied into a plastic bottle. Now, what have we here? Red liquid found in a broken vial in the hospital director's room. So as we all know, the red liquid is a Galaphagus. A substance that more or less scares away evil demons. Dahlia Gillespie broke into this office to destroy this because obviously she knew that, you know, if Kaufman had his way, we would expel her god when we finally birthed it. She had no idea, though, he had 2 vials in his possession. So the other one's still kind of out in town somewhere. We'll be finding that much later. But in the final cutscene of the game, like right before the boss fight, she says, "A Galaphagus, I thought I got rid of that." So she ransacked his office to find the vial, and well, thankfully for us, Michael Kaufman, the only good thing about him, he still has another vial out there somewhere. I was expecting a nurse to be right there, and thankfully, no nurse. And I'll agree with a comment that, Mr. Yeti had made just a little bit ago. About, like, old pixelated, like, stuff being, like, even creepier than shit, like, you know, of today. Especially the game's RNG. Like, a lot of video games of today, like, you can predict shit, like, way earlier than... Like, if you play the game a few times, I mean. This game, they kind of just, like, toss shit at you at random. There's usually one nurse that, like, always gets me throughout any playthrough. And the number 4 in Japanese culture is very much like the number 13 in American culture. Like, most buildings, like major hospitals or hotels in America, usually don't have a 13th floor. In Japan, the number 4 is very much like the number 13. Well, also the ambience, like, that the developers put in the game. That definitely doesn't help much either. I shot you twice with a shotgun, miss. Alright, I think the men's room on this floor has one of the tablets. I'm always referencing my map since I always forget, like, everything. Ooh, more handgun bolts, which I'll probably never use again, but we'll take them anyway. Actually, you know what? No, the cap off is 200. I already have 200, so it's not even worth it. Yeah, the sound design in this game is nutty nuts. Like, they did not want you to feel comfortable. I think it's room 204 that I used the blood. I hear another bastard. I could have definitely voice acted this. That's the basement. I think this is the director's office. Oh my god. And it's not even a nurse. It wasn't even a nurse that got me. We'll be coming back to reading this a little bit later, as it will be relevant for a puzzle much later in the game. I just wasted another shot for absolutely no reason at all. On vacation. I'm on vacation, which is why I'm putting a little bit more effort into the channel, which I just definitely need the relaxation time. tell you, these last couple of months have been pretty tiring. Not Twitch, I mean, just being someone that has to work in the work world. Alright, so puzzle time. Clouds flowing over a hill. So this is going to be a color-based puzzle. And every one of these lines is going to reference a color. The puzzles already has 4 colors in place, so we're going to have to fit each of the puzzle blocks we found into the puzzle itself based on, you know, where it appears on this list. So clouds flowing over a hill would reference white. Sky on a sunny day would be blue. So blue's got to be placed next to a white block. On the opposing side of that, tangerines that are bitter, which would reference orange. Lucky 4-leaf clover, which is the color green. Violets in the garden, which is either violet or purple. Dandelions along a path, which would be yellow. Unavoidable sleepy time, either a really dark gray or even possibly black. Liquid flowing from a slashed wrist, which brings us back full circle, which that color is red, so that'll be on the other side of white. So first up, we have the sky on a sunny day. That was in between orange and white. Next up, we had the color green, which was between the tangerines and the violets in the garden. So we have the color of dandelions, which was between the violets in the garden and the unavoidable sleepy time. And right after unavoidable sleepy time came the liquid flowing from a slashed wrist, which again brings us full circle back to the color white. Alright, there's another bitch in this hallway, and I would like to see where that bitch is. And there's a third bitch. Go down, side bitch. There's a lot of side bitches in this place. I think we can squeeze out of here without having... No, I want the alcohol. Right, so let's look at our map, because I forgot where the hell the room is. Basement storeroom. Why didn't my freaking thing just, like, turn itself off? That was, like, incredibly weird. There is one weapon I want to quickly snag. Not the map, by the way. Just in case we need a good melee weapon later in the game. In my opinion, that's got to be the best melee weapon in the game. This is always a great idea. Lighting fire in a building with a bunch of cardboard boxes right next to it. Thankfully for the lack of police presence in Silent Hill. Oh, there's a third nurse. Go down, bitch. Alright, miss, keep your hands off of me.
What's this? Looks like someone's been here.
Alessa? Alessa? Okay, we have nothing else to say about that picture than just Alessa. Like, nothing about it looking like, sorta like our daughter. Now, more or less, the entire purpose of us coming into this building is all to just go to the basement to get that key. Because we were completely incapable of, like, finding the way into the examination room where there's a very important character we need to meet. Oh, this hallway's way too quiet.
Finally, someone else who's okay.
Who are you?
My name's Lisa Garland. What's yours?
Harry Mason.
Harry, tell me what's happening here. Where is everybody? I must have gotten knocked out.
Well, they've all lost their minds and gone completely nuts.
When I came to, everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great. I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old girl. I can't say that I have. I was unconscious all this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you know anything about all that weird stuff in the basement?
No. Why? Is there something down there?
You don't know? Don't you work here?
We're under strict orders never to enter the basement storeroom. So I really don't know. What did you say was down there?
Well, it's...
And like every other Silent Hill character, we have a massive headache.
What's wrong? Harry? Harry, let me help you. Harry?
Was I dreaming?
You were too late.
It's you.
Yes, Dahlia Gillespie.
Tell me everything you know. What's going on?
Darkness. The town is being devoured by darkness.
She almost sounds happy about it.
Overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk. I knew this day would come.
What are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this.
Believe the evidence of your eyes. The other church in this town, that is your destination. This is beyond my abilities. Only you can stop it now. Have you not seen the crest marked on the ground all over town?
So that's what I saw in the schoolyard. What does it mean?
It is the mark of Samael. Don't let it be completed.
Hey, wait!
Alright, so let's touch base on a few things here. The mark that she was just speaking of that's been appearing all over town is not actually the mark of Samael. It's actually the seal of Metatron. The very same marking that would be later found on the talisman that we find in the Silent Hill 3 hospital. So what Alessa is leaving all over town is actually a good thing. Not a bad thing. Later on, had we never gone to the lighthouse, had we never gone to the amusement park, this game could have ended a lot sooner than it does. But, you know, we have to be stupid like every other horror character in, like, horror existence. And we have to go and do something about it. And the other thing is the girl, Lisa Garland, who we just met. She's the nurse that was assigned by Dr. Kaufman to be the direct caregiver to Alessa after, you know, her burning incident. Which was caused by her telekinetic power kind of going haywire after her mother, as well as the rest of the cult, went through the impregnation ceremony. So the boiler in her home exploded, and for whatever reason, everyone else in the house made it out but her. I guess through dark magic, she was, you know, they were able to keep her alive, thus making her suffering continue and making her extremely angry. And, you know, nothing ever goes well when you have, like, you know, a suffering child. The other note that actually should be made about Lisa Garland is that she's more or less an apparition of the town. She's not a real person. We're not actually really truly seeing her. Why can I not find my way to go into a door?
What's this?
Harry!
Sybil?
I'm glad you're okay. I shouldn't have left you. Things are worse than I thought. It's nuts.
What are you doing here? I thought you left town.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out. All the roads out of town are blocked. Cars have completely stopped running. The phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
I did see a girl.
Was it Cheryl?
I only caught a glimpse of her through the fog. I went after her, but she vanished. I don't know about your daughter, but...
And you just let her go? Where was it?
On Bachman Road. She was heading towards the lake. Now don't get excited. It wasn't like she ran off exactly. There was no place for her to go. The road has been obliterated.
What? So then Cheryl...
It was like she was walking on thin air.
Hmm?
What about you? Anything?
Yeah, I met this bizarre woman. Her name's Dahlia Gillespie. Do you know her?
Dahlia Gillespie? No. And?
She said something about the town being devoured by darkness. Gibberish like that. Any idea what it means?
Darkness devouring the town? Must be on drugs. They sell them to the tourists. The Force still can't figure out who's behind it. None of our leads have panned out, and the investigation is stalled.
What could drug trafficking have to do with all this?
I really don't know. But maybe that's the darkness she was talking about. That's all I can think of. What's this?
Just discovered it. Maybe there's something back there.
Let's have a look.
Wait. We don't know what's back there. I'd better check it out first.
I'm a cop. I should go.
No, I'm going.
All right. I'll cover you from here. Be careful. If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
Okay.
Here's what doesn't make sense to me. Why don't they just go together?
Yeah?
Do you know anything about... well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I try to make sense of it, but then my mind goes blank. Everything's dark there, and I hear sirens in the distance.
Hey, Kaiser.
I met this nurse, Lisa. It's like I was there, but not really. It's all a blur, like some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry, you're tired.
Yeah, maybe.
So if you really think about it, in past story playthroughs I've done for, you know, this, like, in all the, like, 2.5 years I've been doing this, I've noted before that Sybil Bennett violates police protocol 3 times in the game. First being handing a loaded gun to a person she just met, a civilian of all things, in the cafe much earlier. The second time, letting Harry take the lead here in the investigation. And then later, shooting a gun off at an unarmed suspect, that being Dahlia Gillespie, at the very end of the game. But if you think about it, Sybil should have never split, you know, up with Harry, like, from the get-go. They should have been together, like, the entire game. Like, I get split up, 2 people can cover more ground.
What's this? Some kind of altar. never seen anything like this before. Maybe this is the other church.
Even though I'm probably never going to use this weapon, we'll just put it in our inventory where it will sit forever.
What the?
You could have said, fuck Harry. This is a mature-rated game.
Harry? Are you okay? Harry? Harry?
When Kaiser made his first appearance in the channel, like, probably well over a year and a half ago,
Where am
I think I did ask if I was pronouncing his name correctly, and I think Kaiser, like,
I'm in the hospital.
they'd given me the thumbs up.
You were having a bad dream.
Was I? Hey, you don't look too good. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Nothing you need to worry about.
Well, if you're sure. Lisa, do you know a woman named Dahlia Gillespie?
Oh yeah, that crazy Gillespie lady. She's kind of famous around here. She never sees anybody, so I don't know that much about her. But I heard her kid died in a fire, and supposedly she's been crazy ever since.
Well, she says the town is being devoured by the darkness. Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
The town devoured by the darkness. Yes, I think I do. Before this place was turned into a resort, the townspeople here were on the quiet side. Everybody followed some kind of queer religion. Weird occult stuff, black magic, that kind of thing. As young people moved away, the people figured they'd been summoned by the gods. Evidently, things like that used to happen around here all the time. Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here. Everyone was so flipped out, you gotta blame it on something. Then a lot of new people came in and everybody clammed up about it.
A cult?
Last time I heard anything about it was, gosh, years ago. When several people connected with developing the town died in accidents. People said it was a curse. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'll shut up.
Well, in Regulus's example of Kaiser roll, in New Jersey, we pronounce the Kaiser roll exactly that.
Was that another dream?
Kaiser.
Did I pass out again?
It's funny that he says that about the car accident. This whole game started off with a car accident. Alright, that was nice. We didn't get fucked. Here's the reference to Virgin Mobile, which I don't know if that actually exists anymore, but... yeah, Virgin Mobile. Something I definitely haven't seen, like, in, like, the last, like, 10 years.
Cheryl!
I think it's this door. Yeah, I forgot what... I knew that was another reference. I just forgot what business it was referencing. Almost any business you come across in this game, more or less, is gonna be based off of a real business. Let's see if I can one-cycle this fucker. Probably not, but we're gonna try. Nope. That should have been a 2-cycle. The game ripped me off. There's anybody in here now that likes, like, you know, discussing, like, technology of the time and what you could do with technology of the time? This isn't, like, any new news by any means, and Nub Zombie has definitely, pointed this out in his playthroughs of the past. But let's look at the sand here. And how when the rain hits it, like, it almost, like, absorbs into the sand. Now we turn around and we look at how it hits the regular pavement. And how, you know, the little small ripple effect. We're just looking for some grading really quickly because I know there's some around here. Yeah, like going, it's literally dripping down through the grating. Like, you can say all you want about the game being blocky and pixelated. But just in this little, small, isolated area, we have 3 different types of ground. Each with their own effect of the rain hitting it. Alright, don't be dicks. Just taking a nice little stroll through the streets. Oh no, I was right on course. Make sure my gun is loaded up for the future boss fight incoming.
Harry!
Glad you're okay.
Thank God you came back. I was scared to be here all alone.
I'm here now. I was worried too. I'm real happy to see you. Lisa, can you tell me how to get to the lake?
The lake? You take Bachman Road.
The road's blocked.
Well, that's the only way out there.
Are you sure? There's gotta be another way.
Wait! I just remembered something!
What?
There's a waterworks over by my old elementary school. It's been abandoned for years. There's an underground tunnel out there used for inspections or something. I remember hearing it runs all the way to the lake.
Really? You think I can get to the lake from there?
I've never been down in there myself, so I'm not positive. Besides, it's all fenced off to keep people out.
If there's a chance, I've got to try.
Harry, don't go! I don't want to be alone. It's so scary, I can't stand it.
How about coming with me?
That would be a
This
good
may not be
idea.
the safest place in the world either. I can't promise you anything, but I'll do my best to protect you.
No. Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to leave this place. Oh, Harry,
That would be a bad idea.
I'm so scared. I'm cold.
Look, just wait here a little longer. I'll be back as soon as I find my daughter.
Harry?
Like, it's almost like as if she's meant to haunt that one room. I don't know why I'm saving again, but whatever. Can never save too many times in a horror game. Yeah, my control decides, like, right now that, hey, let's not work. Why is my controller, like, being an asshole right now? Yeah, probably healing would be a good thing. Oh no, I'm killed. Oh, my controller really is hating me right now. Let me just quickly check something. Maybe it's like the connection being in. Not charging at the moment. Could imply that the charge is actually full. This must be that waterworks Lisa was talking about. Maybe be able to break it if I hit it hard. Just shoot. Which leads me to wonder why we always go and find keys in horror games. Like, we could just shoot out the lock. That is proof. Be a dick, sir. Two dicks that haven't been dicks. Maybe you're not nearly as dick as you think you might be. Somebody just had to put those things there. Alright, so we came in, I think, on the ladder from the left. So I gotta make my way, like, down somehow. That was smart. Let's just, like, freaking, like, get hit right there. Then let's just have my controller not like me. Why is my controller being a complete and total twat? Dude, like, this is ridiculous. And I just changed this controller out. Nice if they had some more freaking, like, shotgun shells, because we're definitely running low. Whoa, I almost got fucking, like, beat up there. But dare somebody put a wall there. Dare I bonk into the goddamn door. There is a sewer exit key in the water. Take it. I don't know how the hell we see a sewer key there. It should just be in the, like, the pool of blood. Excuse me, ladies and germs. I gotta get out of here. Really? They had to take the catwalk from there? Thanks for being scary. Did you really have to freaking swat at me, sir? Oh, the goddamn creepiness. I think there's more ammunition in this building. Hopefully some of them it's shotgun shells. Like, we're pretty much done with the handgun forever. Nope, it had to be handgun. I suppose we could upgrade to the rifle if I had to. So yes, Regulus earlier had stated that this monster made an appearance in this cutscene. This monster is known as the Mumbler.
Are you okay?
In the PAL version, they replaced the Grey Children with this monster.
I thought I was a goner there. So how'd it go? Did you find a way out?
No, not yet. How about you?
Zip. But it's too soon to give up. This craziness can't go on forever. A military rescue squad should be here any time now. If they come through the town, we're home free.
I hope so.
I better get going. This isn't the time to stand around flapping our gums.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
Kaufman must have dropped this. Looks like it's full of stuff. Could have just said full of shit. So we have presumably a motel key. And a receipt. Indian Runner, which is a store that's in town, which we're going to be going to momentarily, but 0473. Receipt from the general store, thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. A 3 is written on the tag. The key was thought to have been dropped by Kaufman. We'll kind of make our way down Craig Street and look out for this Indian Runner building. Wow, I ran right into him. And nothing happened. So here's our FedEx reference, which really ain't all that much different. FedEx. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package that the woman left here. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's too. Don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. What is this? Drugs? So we probably found one of the more, like, large fronts for this whole drug operation that's being run in town. Which is, in fact, being, like, led by Dr. Kaufman himself. He is the ringleader, the kingpin. Big guy in charge. Norman's grand opening. 3 loaves of bread, 3 cartons of milk, and 2 dozen eggs. Delivered to back door daily at 8 a.m. Rear entrance code 0886. Norman Young. Yes, I know it's locked, because you're supposed to look at the pin pad so we can punch in numbers. Oop, 6. Did you really have to fuck me, sir? Like, I'm on official business right now. Taking the dick is not part of that official business. The poster is on the wall. Don't look at that now. That might be a grammatical error, because, like, there's no one for him to go tell, like, to not to look at that now. Like, normally a person would say to themselves, I shouldn't look at that now. Unless he's literally saying to himself, like, don't look at that now. Newspaper. It's the same date as the one in the hospital. Investigation stalled. PTV dealers still at large. Suspicious deaths continue. Like the anti-drug mayor, a narcotics officer dies of a sudden heart failure of unknown origin. So there was suspicion in the death of Officer Gucci, who was mentioned earlier in the police station. This is actually more or less like the manager area for the hotel. There's a guest register, nothing special written here. If you want to talk about a game with cozy apartments, play Downpour. There are so many cozy apartments in that game. trying to think what other games have. Well, actually, Origins has an apartment building as well. Silent Hill 2 has an apartment building. Silent Hill 4, that's a cozy apartment. That's the epitome of cozy apartment throughout the Silent Hill series. There is nothing cozier than Room 302 in Silent Hill 4. So this is where Dr. Kaufman hid his second vial of Aglaophatus. The one that didn't get destroyed by Dahlia Gillespie. Small glass vial wrapped in a plastic bag. What's this?
Give me that.
What is this?
That's none of your business. Instead of messing with that, how about coming up with a way to get out of here? You shouldn't be hanging around here goofing off. What do you think you're doing? You want to get yourself killed? Get out of here.
Okay, take it easy.
Unless you want to die, keep your mind on business. Got it?
Man, was he pissed, and in such a rush, too. I guess I wasted my time. Better hurry, I'm worried about Cheryl. So let's touch base on this here. Why would a man that is still working with the cult, a cult that is trying to bring forth a demon, aka their god, why would he be working with this cult? And in possession of a vial that more or less would expel demons. Demon expelling fluid. So Dr. Kaufman, he's got 3 sources of income. Source number 1 is just his position as a doctor at Alchemilla Hospital. Source number 2 is being the ringleader in this huge drug dealing, not plan, but operation. This huge drug dealing operation he's got going on. Which normally just deals drugs to the tourists that come in and out of town. But source number 3, and particularly why his organization targets tourists, is because he can now bring those tourists and have them recruited by this cult. And this cult is paying off, Kaufman to bring these people into their religious organization. So he's got 3 sources of income, but he has no interest whatsoever of actually being in the cult for, religious reasons. Probably more or less like, at first when he got joined up with them, he probably just thought it was just some stupid cult, you know, performing a bunch of meaningless freaking rituals that would go nowhere. Like, oh, you're gonna do human sacrifice? Oh, okay. You know, you'll just pointlessly kill people and nothing will ever become of it. I think once he became aware with the fact that this wasn't, like, all fucking around, that there was actually, like, shit coming from, you know, all these rituals that they were performing, that he realized he needed to actually do something against them. More or less making what you just said completely true.
What's this? Oh. Oh.
Not again. No, this time it feels different. Rather than shifting from reality to a nightmare, this is more like reality becoming a nightmare. I don't like this feeling, like something bad will happen. No doubt something terrible is going on. Sir, do we need to actually, like, go over this again? My anal cavity is not for you to use at your own, like, free will. Oh my god, I'm gonna get ransacked by enemies and I'm gonna die. It's gonna be terrible. Can we not freaking, like, try to take my head off? Yeah, we're still in the green, so I won't bother healing yet.
Sybil,
Harry!
how did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah. I'm glad you made it. I was worried about you.
You were worried? Where did you disappear to? Never mind. I want to know what's going on here. What is with this town?
This may sound really off the wall, but listen to me. You've got to believe me. I haven't gone crazy, and I'm not fooling around. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. But now I know I'm not. It's not me. This whole town. It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life. Little by little, the invasion is spreading, trying to swallow up everything in darkness. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what that lady was talking about.
Harry, hold on a minute. I don't get it.
Look, I don't understand it all myself. I guess I can't explain it.
Well, what's making this happen?
I don't know that either. But I do know Cheryl is there.
There?
Under whoever created this darkness. Cheryl is somewhere and she needs my help.
Harry, this whole thing's been a major blow to you. You need to rest.
Sybil,
How can anyone rest in a situation like this?
The demon is awakening, spreading those wings.
Dahlia Gillespie.
Was it not as I said? I see it all now. Yes, everything. Hungry for sacrifice, the demon will swallow up the land. I knew this day would come. And what's more, the task is almost finished. There's only 2 left. To seal this town to the abyss, the mark of Samael. When it is completed, all is lost. Even in daytime, darkness will cover the sun. The dead will walk, and martyrs will burn in the fires of hell. Everyone will die.
Everyone will die!
So what am I supposed to do? I've got to save Cheryl.
It is simple. Stop the demon. The demon taking that child's form. Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is too late. Stop it! Stop it!
What do I do?
Go to the lighthouse on the lake. And to the center of the amusement park. Make haste. You are the only hope.
Look, Harry. I really don't get what's going on. But if there's a chance we can save your daughter, I'm in. I'll check out the amusement park. You go to the lighthouse.
Sybil, thanks.
Oh, don't mention it, because I don't think either of us are leaving town until we get done with this.
To use it.
Use what?
The flowers. Only with that can you stop it.
What about Sybil?
You know, I don't know who's more stupid than the other, and I'm referring to Sybil and Harry. Like, granted, the voice acting in this, or the voice actors hired to do this, were not the greatest by any means, and granted, that was probably due to the technology of the time. Like, video games of today, like, you can track a complete thought, which could be, like, you know, anywhere from, like, 1 minute to, like, you know, 5 minutes of conversation in one fell swoop. But back then, you were only able to get so much dialogue or information before, like, you know, again, technology of the time, limitations. So, everything's very disjointed and broken up. Now, me just being, I guess, you know, a person that is, like, completely logical. If I were talked to like this, like from that lady, and she's like laughing and talking about how people are gonna die and we're all gonna burn in hell, I'm like, why am I gonna go and do anything that this lady tells me to do? These monkeys tonight, they're craving freaking Harry's asshole. I do not like this controller. Why is this fucking controller, like, being an asswipe to me? Oh yeah, let's just, like, walk into a dead end, because that's brilliant. Or maybe I could have followed that sign right there that would have told me, hey, go this way, asshole. Oh yeah, let's not go into the door right away. In case something stupid were to happen, let's just save right here.
Wait! Damn, I was too late.
So actually, we were right in time. As stated earlier, this is not the Seal of Samael. Or actually, yeah, the Seal of Samael. This is... No, it is the other way around. This is not the Mark of Samael, this is the Seal of Metatron. Which is a good symbol. But unfortunately for us, we make it to the amusement park in time, and we stop Alessa from doing what she needs to do. Because we are incredibly stupid.
Sybil hasn't come back. That creep's sure to show up at the amusement park pretty soon. Let me be on time.
If only you were a smart man, Harry. Being late would have been the best thing that could have happened to us. Really, let me get all glitched out on the fucking banister, and still continue to be glitched out on the banister. I'm a stupid man. Just taking a brief moment to throw my social media stuff up in chat. Probably should reprogram my bot to actually spam that every couple of minutes, but... Okay, enemies that suck a lot of dick. And my controller that even sucks more dick. Why is this control, like, every time I've got enemies around... Dude, what the fuck is with this control? It just, like, fucking crapped out of me, like, 5 times, like, in the same little spot. That was fucking close. Oh my god. Forgot that that little fucking thing happens. Hey, let's not go right up the ladder because we're stupid. Oh yay, the squeaker toy things. The only way I can solve this place is to, like, fucking, like, literally trace, like, the perimeter of the area. And then eventually, like, find where we need to be. That is not a good place to be. Why is this controller so goddamn fucking hateful? As we're going for the best ending tonight. Yeah, we saved Kaufman already, so that's objective number 2. So we're definitely getting the best ending.
Sybil! Wake up! Snap out of it! Sybil!
Harry, what happened?
Well, you tried to kill me.
Shh, don't talk. I'll take care of you.
Be happy you were not successful because you might have been brought up on charges.
Harry, why did they take your daughter? Why her?
I'm not sure myself. But
which part?
You know, Cheryl isn't my biological daughter. I actually haven't told her yet. She probably already knows anyway, though. We found her abandoned on the side of the highway.
Well, this particular fight is the plus-minus modifier for the game.
We didn't have any kids of our own.
Whether we save Kaufman or let him die,
and it didn't look like she was getting any better.
That determines whether we get a good or bad ending. If you save him, it's a good ending.
So in that case...
You don't save him, it's a bad ending.
There might be some connection.
So the plus-minus modifier is whether or not that Sybil makes it to the end of the game.
So what do you do now?
If you don't get the Aglaophatus from the hospital much earlier...
Daughter. I will save her.
The little bit we salvaged in the plastic bottle. you have to fight her and kill her. If you have the Aglophidus, you never even have to do that fight. You just splash it on her and you're good to go.
I figured you'd show. Hold it right there. I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, and I don't care. Just one thing. Let Cheryl go. That's all I ask. What? What is this?
So we interrupted her from completing the very final marking of Seal of Metatron.
Where's Cheryl?
So congratulations,
Give me
we're an
back my
idiot.
daughter.
We meet at last, Alessa.
Dahlia Gillespie? Where's Cheryl? Where is she?
Alessa. This is the end of your little game.
Mama?
Could she be...
You've been a ghastly little pest, haven't you, Alessa? I was careless, thinking you couldn't escape from our spell. But Mommy didn't know how much you'd grown. That's why I couldn't catch you all by myself. But what a pity, yes? Now you're half indebted to this man for his help.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Alessa, my dear little girl, there is one thing left I need you to do for me.
No! Get away from me!
Batgirl. Everything is ready. Let's go home.
What's going on here?
Now, touching base on Sybil Bennett's fate as far as it plays out to, like, the entire series, I don't know if it's speculation or it's fact, but based on what's offered up in Silent Hill Homecoming, I want to say that the canon ending to this game right here would be good minus.
Lisa,
Because we do know that Harry survives.
where's Alessa and Dahlia?
That's not possible in the bad minus ending.
Something you said before has been bothering me.
And he also leaves town with an infant, which doesn't happen in the bad plus or bad minus ending.
So I went to look in the basement.
But very much later in the series,
Even though I was scared as hell.
when Alex is on the boat
Like you
leaving
said,
from Shepherd's Glen to go to Silent Hill,
but nothing really unusual down there.
Deputy Wheeler says something to the effect that
While I was down there, I
a
thought
female
this
cop
was
had gone to Silent Hill and never returned,
like I'd been there before.
which implies that Sybil Bennett never made it out of Silent Hill alive,
Remember somehow.
which would make the good minus the canon ending.
Harry, help me. I'm so scared. I can't take this.
It's only a temporary thing. You're in shock from when you were knocked out. Don't fret about it. You'll remember after a while.
No. You don't understand.
Wait! Where do you think you're going?
I'm gonna play the rest of this game without the freaking controller charged. Really now. Okay, that's not gonna work. Looks like I have to keep this thing plugged in, or it won't work. I might need to invest in another controller for my PS3.
Being summoned. What happened in this town? What could be making things like this? I have a feeling if I take the elevator down, I'll find it. Cheryl.
So to answer his question, what's going on in town is Alessa's nightmare is projecting itself onto the town itself. Now, there's a whole bunch of reasons why that is. Most of it was really brought to fruition after her accident with the burning. Now, she was also a bullied kid in school, so, like, for example, all the kids we saw in the school were all demonic. The reason she sees them that way is because, you know, they were all very cruel to her. Well, unlike the movie, that implies that she was, like, sexually assaulted by a school janitor, there's nothing in the game series that implies that. So that was something that the movie makers threw in. Also, unlike the movie where the cult basically, like, more or less burned her at the stake, the entire incident with her being burned was an accident. Like, it wasn't accidental that the cult tried performing black magic and impregnating her. But what would happen within her own body and within her own, like, mystical power? She lost control of it. It caused a boiler within her home to explode. And nobody in the cult's like, oh, let's just all get out of this house before it burns to the ground. No one found it relevant to save her. Like, they just left her in the house to burn. But they took it upon themselves later on that we'll use black magic to keep her alive. Like, she's in an insane amount of pain, but we'll use black magic to keep her alive. So, you know, the nightmare she was already living prior to, you put someone through, like, an episode like that, or, like, a traumatic event, shit's gonna really go down. And the town already kind of had, like, you know, this whole entire, like, you know, Indian burial thing going on, ghostly apparitions, spiritual energy. So, you know, with the spiritual energy in town, her own tenetical ability. I don't even know if I just made a word there. Like, that's probably just completely made up. But yeah, the nightmare in her mind became real. Like, all of the doctors and the nurses in the hospital, also very, very cruel to her, because, I mean, a lot of them were involved in the cult. The only doctor that was ever kind to her in any way, shape, or form was Lisa. Now, she was never free from this nightmare that Alessa was living, which is why we'll see her transition in just a little bit from Lisa into Lisa, the Silent Hill nurse. But as long as one could be spared, that's why we see Lisa the way she is. But we have a lone desk in this classroom here, which has written on it, "Go home, thief. Drop dead." We have the Key of Orpheal. Or Ophiel. I don't think there's actually an R in that word, so I don't know if it's Orpheal. I think it's Ophiel. But fuck it, we'll make up words that just don't exist. Alright, so earlier I read that one plaque with all the names on it. We're gonna solve that puzzle now. Names engraved on a lithograph. The Grim Reaper's list. Yes, the head count is set young and old lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them, the frenzied uproar, the feast of death. Coming back to this one, which matches up with it. The Grim Reaper's list. Oh, actually I have to read it like without any type. 35 Lydia Finley. 60 Trevor F. White. 18 Albert Lords. 45 Roberta T. Morgan. And 38 Edward C. Briggs. So, it said that these people were, you know, to join the Grim Reaper based on youngest to oldest. And the first letter from every one of their first names, if we put them in order based on how, or when they died, you know, Albert being the youngest, which is 18, all the way to Trevor, which is the oldest. Did I say oldest for Albert? I meant youngest. Yeah, Albert being the youngest, 18. Trevor being the oldest, 60. Their first initial will spell out the word alert. Amulet of Solomon.
Harry,
Lisa, what's the matter with you?
I get it now. Why I'm still alive even though everyone else is dead. I'm not the only one who's still walking around. I'm the same as them. I just hadn't noticed it before.
Lisa.
Stay by me, Harry. Please. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me from them. Please. Harry.
What Lisa feared the most, she has finally become.
Lisa.
There is a diary on the floor. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. So the patient she's referring to in her journal, diary, is Alessa herself. Still alive, but the wounds, or excuse me, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore. The room is filled with insects. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me. To the hospital. Feeling bad, need to throw up, but nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I tried to stop it, but it won't turn off. Need drug. Help me. So, there's a lot of bad history that Lisa's life had. The drug that she's referring to in her journal is White Claudia. More or less, you know, what we would know in our world as cocaine. More or less what it is. I mean, you chop it up on a mirror, and you've got White Claudia. But Dr. Kaufman wasn't actually exchanging White Claudia to Lisa for money. He was exchanging it to her for sexual favors. So on top of having to keep watch of a patient she had no interest in keeping watch of, she wanted nothing to do with it. More or less, she was kind of a sex slave. I mean, Dr. Kaufman was using his drugs to have her around as a sex slave. Key of Haggoth. I please, like, not get caught up on all the pixelation. That's Phalig. Not ready yet for floor number 3. We'd have to go to floor number 2. The Mr. Enigma emote. Never remember what doors I need to actually go in and not go in. Probably the entire purpose of this entire area, but... I please pick up the perfectly good handgun, or not handgun ammo, but rifle ammo. I hear stupidity coming around the corner. We not shoot the same fucking bitch. So I have 2 symbols up to this point. I think we're ready for the upstairs floor. I absolutely hate that puzzle. I mean, even though the game gives you, like, the answer no problem. I just hate having to actually execute it, because I always forget. This music is fucking nutty nuts. Like, thanks, game. Thanks for, like, playing the most creepy, irritating music in my headset. I was definitely prepared for a nurse to be there. Alright, so 3 of these rooms are absolutely pointless. Go with this one first. I completely, totally forgot to grab the VHS tape. Even though I remember now where the freaking, like, the good working television is. Fairly certain I forgot where the VHS tape is, or I didn't even grab it. Nope, didn't even grab it. The great Silent Hill streamer I am. Ah, fuck the handgun ammo. We don't need it anymore. I can definitely use that ring in the right there, like, without a doubt. Better let the monster out of the fridge. Hey. Oh, there's two of you. Okay, don't make that freaking, like, scary, like, demon child sound. Don't need any demon children here.
Everything is going according to plan, sheltered in the womb.
But it's not done yet. Half the soul is lost. That is why the seed lies dormant.
And what soul remains captured in that husk is buried deep down in the subconscious.
Are you trying to say it won't work? That wasn't our agreement.
No, these are just stalling tactics. If we lend a hand, we will be able to get power. Never fear, the promise shall not be broken.
But the power we could draw now will be very weak. Almost nothing. Unless we get the other half of the soul.
We'll use a magical spell. Feeling this child's pain, it's sure to come.
But that will take time.
So the other half of the soul that they're speaking of is Cheryl. Alessa. We have nothing else to say about it, even, like, all this time later? Even after, like, all the understanding of what's really going on here that we know? Alright, just for longer range enemies, since this guy's gonna be like way up there. Equip the rifle.
Do what Mommy tells you now. I just want you to lend me a teeny bit of your power. That's all.
No. I don't want to do
it. It will make everyone happy, and it's for your own good, too.
Oh, but Mommy, I just want to be with you. Just two of us. Please understand.
Oh, yes, I see. Maybe Mommy has been wrong.
Mommy!
Why didn't I see this before? There's no reason to wait. Herein lies the mother's womb, containing the power to create life. I could have done it all myself.
Mommy?
Obviously, these are all flashbacks of everything that took place prior to it actually happening. Like, the authorities in town should have, like, definitely, like, fought to put her in, like, some kind of protective services, like, you know, like, New Jersey has DYFS, which is the Division of Youth and Family Services, or ACS, which is, like, New York's version of it. Like, all the cops were probably paid off.
Even though Alessa has been stopped, his little girl has to go. What a pity.
Freeze! What in the devil's name? Ugh.
You're a bad cop, Sybil. You should not have shot at her. She's unarmed.
Well. To think you'd make it this far.
Where's Cheryl? What have you done to her?
What are you talking about? You've seen her many times restored to her former self.
I'm in no mood for jokes.
Don't you see? She's right there.
That's absurd.
You are the only one who thinks so.
Why? Why are you doing this?
It's been a long 7 years. For the 7 years since that terrible day, Alessa has been kept alive, suffering a fate worse than death. Alessa has been trapped in an endless nightmare from which she never awakens. He has been nurtured by that nightmare, waiting for the day to be born. That day has finally come. The time is nigh. Everyone will be released from pain and suffering. Our salvation is at hand. This is the day of reckoning, when all our sorrows will be washed away. When we return to the true paradise. My daughter will be the mother of God.
Return things to how they were before.
Kaufman!
Did I ask for this? Nobody uses me. You won't get away with this.
Your role is over. We don't need you anymore. What do you think you can accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? this and keep your cool.
Glophitis! I thought I got rid of that!
All I had to do was plant it somewhere for you to find. You all, well, kept you busy. Ha! You're easy. And there's more where this came from.
Stop it!
So as stated before, like she just said, a Glophitis, I thought I got rid of that. She was the one that ransacked his office back at the hospital and destroyed the first out of the 2 vials that Kaufman had, but to her knowledge, he only had 1.
Huh? What the?
It was very, very low. I don't know if that was bad mixing or just the bad emulation from the PS3. Definitely want to keep our health up. Unfortunately, he can't leave town with his own daughter because I guess somehow, some way we destroyed her. But we get a chance at all over again to be a brand new father. A very infant child that in 17 years from now will be Heather in Silent Hill 3. Here's Lisa in her demon form taking Dr. Kaufman to the pits of hell. That's like such a stock scream. Now again, what I stated earlier about Good Minus probably being the canon ending for the game. Like, I forgot who it was earlier that, like, said something that implied that they were a fan of Sybil Bennett, which I'm with you, that's why I do this ending. But if we're gonna go with Silent Hill canon, just that little bit of dialogue from that one scene in Silent Hill Homecoming about a female officer going into Silent Hill and then never coming back, that would support the theory that Good Minus is the canon ending. Which also means that Harry Mason is a cop killer. While we're at this little bit of downtime, again, I'm going to just throw the social media stuff up in chat. Hopefully anyone that's new to the channel will consider following it and sticking with us. I am a variety streamer, so I stream pretty much anything I've played from childhood up till now. Most of the series that I follow all these years later, Silent Hill is one of them, Resident Evil. From time to time I will play a Mario game here and there. I think I'm more of a Zelda fan than anything, because I spent like a number of the last couple of months streaming a boatload of Zelda content. And there's some other odd job things that I play from here, you know, time and time again. I was heavily considering picking up from where I left off, just like off stream yesterday. I played like the first like 30% of Let's Go Pikachu. So I'm already through like the first 3 gyms, but I was considering streaming like, you know, from that point on. Even though it wouldn't be like a complete, like, regular start to finish casual playthrough, but isn't that the smile from hell? Here's Dolly to give you guys your kiss goodnight. Your long kiss goodnight. Two hours and 23 minutes. For a casual playthrough, the IGT on that's not that bad considering we've been playing it for 4 hours. We had 0 deaths. And out of all the items to be found in the game, we have 139 out of 204. But yeah. I am going to be using the last couple of days I have left on vacation. I've got 5 days left to be exact. To obviously put more effort into the channel while I have the time to do so. Considerations for tomorrow night, dependent on Lydia's, you know, want to or not to stream. Could mean the conclusion of our Until Dawn playthrough, where she's at the helm. I think we got like 3 chapters of that left. Could be Silent Hill 2. Maybe I might consider playing Let's Go Pikachu, since I've been having a blast with that game most of yesterday afternoon. Who the fuck knows? But for those that are going to be sticking around on Twitch for the next couple of hours, I do have a person on right now that is speedrunning Silent Hill 1. What an experience that'll be. You went from a story playthrough to a speed run of this. Again, consider giving the channel a follow if you're new here. You know, I've, again, thrown all the social media stuff up. You can follow me in various different social media sources. I do live link everything that, you know, whenever I go live. To me, it would be very, very complicated. Like, I just don't have the patience for this game and the control type. If I was going to learn another Silent Hill game as a speedrun, it's going to probably either be 3 or 4. More likely 4 because of the environments not being nearly as complicated. Like, there's some areas of 3 that, like, I feel the need to have to pull up my map every time. But having said that, I do want to thank everyone that did hang out. I'm going to let Mr. Ekdysis take care of you guys for the rest of the evening. Again, he's doing speedruns of this. He is currently right now working his way through the school. And he's in the regular version right now, so he's not long into a fresh new run. We're gonna go there. We're gonna go raid him. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. It will be dependent on how Lydia feels if she wants to, again, do the finishing of our playthrough of Until Dawn. Now, if that playthrough is short-lived in itself, then I'll probably pick up afterwards with whatever it is I do. But good night, everyone, and I will see you on the flip side.